Alright, to go over some of the things you need to do this yourself. The CV axle was by Cardone from Amazon. That's part number. The bushing, that's the part number. The seal that I ended up using that I was able to actually make use of is that one, and later in the video you'll see I don't know if that's supposed to be the right seal. I ruined several others of a similar type. You're going to need just a small bit of 400 grit sandpaper, wheel puller, these type of pry bars. I call them drift pins, but I think they're called pry bars when you buy them. This set of pry bars, rubber mallet, ball peen hammer. This set of OEM Tools brand, let's see, that's upside down, that part number, and Pittsburgh mini pick tool kit. This set of bearing and seal drivers off Amazon. It's a no-name brand. It doesn't even list the sizes, but it's got the smaller sizes. It's smaller than this. And you can see this one got used heavily. The Pittsburgh slide hammer with the collets. It's a 3-pound hammer, which is not enough, but what you need is this 1 to 1 1/4 collet. And then, well, I'll get over there in a minute. A torque wrench. It's helpful if you have one bigger than this. That goes up to at least 221 foot-pounds, but that part's covered in the video. We've got breaker bar, ratchet, extension, sacrificial extension, some adapters if you need them to go from 3/8 to 1/2 inch. We use this 13/16 socket. This deep well 19mm socket, Loctite 648, some more sockets, 1 1/4 inch, 18mm, 15mm, 13/16, and 13. Let's see, what do they call it? Service wrench set, metric service wrench set. We use the 26 and the 32. 5/16, what is that? 8, 12, 13, 15, 17, 18. I'm not sure what we use the 12 for. That might have been a mistake. Piece of wire, heavy, to hang the caliper from the strut spring. Like I say, the 3-pound hammer's not enough, so we rented the 5-pound hammer. There's the part number on it. But to use that slide hammer with this collet, I had to make this adapter to go from the 5/8 18 fine thread to 9/16 coarse thread, and no one had the 9/16 coarse thread coupler nut in stock, So I had to weld a bunch of regular nuts together. But it worked. You'll see later in the video how that went. Get a laugh at my expense. We've got this punch set, old catch pan, light helps, impact with 100 foot-pound torque stick helps, wheel chocks, jack, 3-ton. 3-ton floor jack was helpful. Cheater pipe, crowbar, knee pad, a couple quarts of automatic transmission fluid, the Dexron Mercon 3, whatever it is, sawhorse, and a piece of wire. You'll see that used. Kind of helps out. So if you've got all that and these parts, you can change out that son of a gun there. And the symptoms that the vehicle was having: popping sounds when turning, kind of lurching when you go to start from a stop sign, shuddering during braking, and it finally got to the point that going down the interstate anything above 50 miles an hour, it was a tremendous vibration, just constant. So I limped it home less than 50 miles an hour, ordered parts, ordered tools, and went to work on it. Now it rides smooth as glass, as fast as I care to drive it, and it cured a lot of problems. Alright, we've got this 2008 Mercury Mariner, Ford Escape, Mazda Tribute. They're all the same vehicle, just rebadged. Running down the interstate, heavy vibration. I believe it's the CV axle. Basically at high speed it locks up, off-centered, and goes to vibrating. And there's just a lot of play in the CV axle that shouldn't be there. So, hoping that's going to be the cure. So, I'm going to remove the axle nut, remove the lower ball joint, swing all this out to get the CV axle out. Have the new CV axle here. And on the end of it, there's a retainer ring that when we're trying to pop it out of the vehicle, basically it's a semicircle ring, and we want the gap of that ring to be turned upward to properly release. Of course, we can't see it inside the transmission, so we will gently pry on the hub a little bit, rotate it some, pry. You know, we don't want to try to force anything because we don't want to break anything, because if that semicircle is down, it will not remove from the transmission. And then we had to get our seal and bushing, which took some time to track down. Let's see if I can get the camera to focus on the part number. Come on. Okay. That is the seal. And then this is the bushing. There's multiple possible bushings, but this is the bushing that we want. And we're having to do the sealing bushing because it's the driver's side. The passenger side, there's an output shaft that comes out of the transmission, and then the CV axle hooks into it. So driver's side's a little more involved, being that the end of the CV axle is inside the transmission on this side. So we'll have to replace those that sealing bushing. And the methods that we're going to try for removing that bushing, we've got the Pittsburgh Automotive slide hammer bearing puller. It's just a standard slide hammer kit. And the collet that goes on the end of that slide hammer just tightens down, and this expands so that hopefully we can catch the backside of that bearing and use the slide hammer. Backside of that bushing, and use the slide hammer to pull it out. If that does not work, there is this part number. It's actually a chisel for a demolition hammer, but it can be used to split that bearing excuse me, I keep saying bearing, bushing very well. So we'll use that if we have to. We've got some grease to lube the ends of everything when we reassemble. That bushing, when we put the new bushing in, this is the retaining compound that has gone that bushing so it doesn't spin inside the driven sprocket inside the transmission. We've also got some bearing race and seal driver sets to be able to seat the new seal and seat the bushing. Here's part number on this one, and it didn't have quite small enough, so I also bought this off of Amazon that will work with that other set. There's no part number there, but you can just get on Amazon and look for bearing driver set, and this one has the smaller sizes. So the key thing being it has down to the 1 inch driver plate, so that we stand half a chance of getting all that seated back properly. The axle nut is I think it's 32 millimeter, but in SAE it's supposed to be 1.25 inches. So we're going to see if that works. So a little bit of slack, but 1.25 inches will work to get that axle nut pulled off. I do not live in Rust Belt. If you do, this whole thing could be much more challenging. I have the DeWalt old XRP part number there, impact, and have it adapted, an adapter to the Bauer batteries. The 3 amp hour, found that's the best balance for charge time versus work time with the DeWalt XRP tools. Bigger than that takes much longer to charge. Smaller than that, you don't get enough work time. So that's just the balance that I found. Let's see if we can get that axle nut off. Oh, and anytime you've got your vehicle lifted, not only a jack, but also use a jack stand. I bought the 3-ton jack stands thinking, oh, that's sufficient. Well, the 3-ton rating is for the pair. So when you do the math and divide it out, the 3-ton jack stand is barely enough for a passenger SUV, but it should be fine. I've got the jack underneath there, barely touching my lift point, and then the load resting on the jack stand. So should the jack stand fail, it'll transfer to the jack, and I'll be able to go from there. There's a wheel puller that I may have to use to get that end of that axle out of that hub bearing there. We'll see when we get to that. And if memory serves right, it's going to take a 13 and a 15 millimeter to take the bolt out to remove the lower ball joint, as well as a wedge style punch to spread the bracket a little bit to let the ball joint fall out. So we'll see what we can do there. And I'll do my best to remember to put it captioned and in the description. When we go back on, that axle nut is going to be 221 foot-pounds, and the bolt for the lower ball joint is 46 foot-pounds. It's worth disconnecting the battery anytime that you're going to do anything on vehicle that's going to be any type of impact, like when I go to use the slide hammer, or even undoing that axle nut. And that's just so no sensors get tripped that deploy an airbag while you're working on the vehicle. So, you know, disconnect your battery. Also, many people, the bolts for the battery connectors is 5/16. Many people will disconnect the positive on a battery. The way I go about it is I disconnect the negative, because if you've removed the negative, then if you do go to remove the positive, should the wrench touch anything metal undoing the positive, if the negative is already disconnected, there's no way for you to short your wrench when disconnecting the positive. So always take the negative off first and put the negative on last if I'm removing both. But for here, I've just removed the negative, got it set to the side. These were the Harbor Freight impact sockets that were on sale, and they're next to impossible to pull off of their plastic holder. I hadn't figured a good way to get them off yet. In trying to do long form video, I wonder if I'm going to develop a habit of talking to myself as I do things, because trying to talk for the camera's benefit is a little different for me right now. Ow. I usually just charge through till I'm done with whatever project. Okay, that worked. So, to get our sockets off, got the small pry tool, and I'm just working it under the edge of the socket to pry it loose. Oh no, it's a chrome extension on an impact. Where's my black spray paint to fix it? And just naturally, because wanting to swing this out, I should probably cut my wheels toward the passenger side to give me more length on this steering arm, so that when I swing it out, I've just got more play. So I'll need to do that. I should have done that before I jacked it up, but it'll be alright. And I've got to quickly just reconnect my battery. The electronic steering on here, it doesn't have a power steering pump. It's electronic steering, or steering assist, or whatever you want to call it. And I don't feel like fighting it, so I'll just put the power back. And in discussing unhooking power and whatnot on this particular vehicle, I had disconnected it at one time for something and hooked it back and thought I had cooked something because I had no blown fuses, but yet the front heated seats, I went with them for a little over a year without them working. But it turns out that something just got crossed up during reconnecting the battery, because the next time I unhooked the battery and hooked it back up, the heated seats went back to working. So in these overly electronic vehicles, if you have something that's not working that's electronic, it may be as simple as disconnect the battery, leave it a while, reconnect it. And I do have the rear wheels chocked also, in addition to the parking brake. The factory bolt, the bolt was 13, the nut was 15. But in the recent past, I had replaced the sway bar links, sway bar bushings, in an attempt to, and the lower control arms, because there was plenty of rattle in the frame. And when I did that, it came with aftermarket bolt and nut, so now the bolt and nut are both 15 millimeter, which is fine. On here, yes, and hold the wrench on there without pinching a finger, and come off. And yes, the new nut is a nylock nut, so I couldn't remember if it was nylock or staked. This bolt can't come out because it's trapped by the lower control arm, so reconnect the battery to straighten the wheel to remove the bolt. Yay. High entertainment. And this is the Mercury Mariner Premier. I don't know if they all act like this, but this one, when you reconnect the battery, most time the lights kick on for a moment. So the minute that battery cable touches, it's going to energize. So, you know, if sparks are not your thing, be forewarned. Alright, let's see if that was enough. Yes, that was enough. Now I'm going to cut the wheel back where I had it and disconnect the battery for the 37,000th time. Set of punches, rubber mallet, ball peen hammer. I don't know what's going to reach up in there adequately. But we have this lovely lime green punch set. And focus. Focus. Yeah. And we're not trying to go ham on this, we're just trying to spread it enough to where that will drop. Alright. And we're trying to be careful not to break any, not to hurt any brake lines, the boot on the steering arm, any of that stuff. Alright, and we also don't want to crack that tone ring. Of course, the CV axle comes with a new tone ring for the ABS, but still I don't want to break anything that I don't have to. So I might have to get a pry bar bigger than the one I used to get the socket out of its package. And I also do not want to tear the lower ball joint boot, so I will get more light so I can see where I am prying, so I do not tear anything. Ow. Let's see. Man, it's moving fine. I'm just trying to pry without destroying anything. Jack is in my way. Like I said before, it's on the jack stand. So let me reposition my jack and put just enough on it that it just makes contact. And now let's see if I can get enough prying distance. Okay. It is wanting to bind up. So, I wonder Wonder if I straighten the wheel, will that allow it to drop? Or I didn't want to have to undo these top bolts, but I may have to just to change the knuckle position so that that will drop out. And let's try straightening the wheel first. Will my punch ride where it's at? Is it going to hit? It's going to be close, clearing that sway bar link. Always. Turn. Oh, turn is okay without. Oh, got the peen, so steering wheel doesn't lock. It's turning okay without the battery. Interesting. I guess maybe with only having one wheel on the ground. Hard to turn, and my punch just did clear that sway bar link. Let's see what we have now. That's twice of it, and I need to do something different. I mean, it's just maybe a quarter of an inch at the top of that lower ball joint just would not come out of there. Yes. I wonder if I loosen the lower top nut and then remove the very top nut, I wonder if that will just allow the knuckle to pitch to where it'll release. We shall find out. And I will have to go find torque values for those nuts and bolts. We're fixing to discover the size of them together. Oh. Alright, 17 is not quite big enough. Alright, it seems to be 18 on both sides. So, let's free another socket from the socket kitty. Ow! While stabbing myself in the hand with the pry bar, trying to get the socket off of its little plastic caddy. I mean, this is the reason people throw tools. Ow! It's doing more damage to my hand. Getting tools out of their packaging than from beating on this vehicle. Fun stuff. Let's see what we can do here. Yep, and that's factory bolts, so rust belt people are going to despise me. Knew that was too good to be true. So we will start this nut back on there a little bit. Get our rubber mallet. And let's see. And that's flexible line and the bracket. You ought to be able to get past that, no problem. If I don't drive the bolt clean to it. Yay, dropped it. Pry bar. Yep. There. Also, since about 80,000 miles, and we're closer to 280,000 right now, this thing developed an oil leak somewhere. Not the PCV valve, that's been replaced. Developed an oil leak somewhere that no one can seem to find. 7 trips to 5 mechanics, no one can find the oil leak. So if you happen to know where this thing leaks oil from, comment down in comments please. I would love any insight anyone has on that. Okay, so we have this thing where it might pivot, and it does. Oh, look at that. So we're staying together and pivoting, so that should make it much easier to reassemble. Try. Let's see. I don't want to get too carried away. To spread that. Okay, so there's a bracket down here. The jack is not pressing up on the lower control arm. It's just when you replace the lower control arms, you'll learn that the bushings that are press fit into it, they have a certain preload about them. So right now, having the new, fresh lower control arm in place is actually fighting against us because it's wanting to stay up and not let things go down. So I think I'm going to get a spreader clamp and try to, on this square bottom of this shock, push down on the lower control arm. If I can get that in there with that punch in there and use that to spread the lower control arm down. Because I just do not want to fully pull that top of that knuckle loose unless I have to. I can get that in there with that punch in there and use that to spread the lower control arm down. Because I just do not want to fully pull that top of that knuckle loose unless I have to. So, our handy dandy spreader clamp, if I'm in the frame, Oh, well, there's no actionable information there. It's just a Harbor Freight spreader clamp that we have to pull the top off and put on the other end. Hopefully I'm in frame here doing this. Never remember try to stay in frame. Okay. That may not be small enough. We shall see. And there's also being able to operate the clamp once it's in here. That is not going to be able to go where I thought it was because the clamp is too big. If I had a smaller one of these, I'm sure it would be fine. So, what am I going to do about that? And I can't put a bottle jack on the bottom of that shock to press it upward because then that could potentially lift the vehicle off of the jack stand and jack that it's on. If I cut the wheel the other way, maybe the trajectory of things will change. Being in my ear. Oh, that is so close. Yep, I can see the entire channel for the bolt. This, I'm trying to stay off of that ball joint boot. It just does not want to come. Being held. Oh, it's so close. So close. Ah! I was seeing if I could put the bolt above the top of the ball joint mount to hold it below where it wants to kind of naturally sit. Try splitting the difference. See if that will let it release. Well, it moves much easier. Until it gets right at the end. And then it wants to stop. Oh, come on. Alright, I bet I can get the bolt above that this time. I can. I mean, it's just right there. Larger pry bar, maybe. Ugh. Oh. Why is it stuck? There we go. Okay, it's free. It is free. Hallelujah. Okay. Yep, you see how much that lower control arm sprung up? Fun stuff. You know, that might create a challenge trying to go back with it later. But at that point, we could have reassembling, having the hub loose would be a more controlled situation than trying to undo things while disassembling to remove the hub. So, I'll take it. We will call that a win. Is this going to bind now? No, it is not. Well, we don't want to do that because I don't want to cut that boot. So let's maneuver things. There. So now that ball joint boot is not getting cut by the bottom of the knuckle. I want to carefully now turn the steering wheel like I originally planned to give me more length on the end of that steering arm. And I'm going to check to make sure I don't have anything on that ball joint boot. So right now that splash plate or whatever on the back side of the rotor, it's what's resting on the end of the lower control arm. So I may have to bend it back out a little bit, but there's nothing critical contacting. I'm not digging the control arm into the back of the rotor or anything like that. Okay. Getting a good deal of tension there. Okay. So. Nope. Nope, that put the knuckle into that boot. So I need to come off of that. because I do not want to have to replace that pressed in lower ball joint that is brand new. Okay. Well, after all of that, there's just so much encumbered weight here. I think I am going to pull the caliper off, hang it, finish removing the knuckle, and just let the whole knuckle swing out of the way. Yeah, it just needs to come all apart, despite thinking that lower ball joint, oh, it looked easy online. Wrong. So yeah, caliper's gonna need to come off, get hung, and the knuckle's gonna need to come out entirely. Let's see. Oh, there's the brake line. This that I was dodging, that's the speed sensor. So that's just a small bolt back there with a plastic sensor that's held into the hub, into a hole in the hub. Okay. Also, I did need to shout out to Whatever It Takes Transmissions in Jackson, Mississippi, because the bushing and seal, the bushing, for whatever reason, there's multiple options on the bushing, and it's this one that I showed you earlier is what's necessary to do this job. There's plenty of other places that sell a thicker bushing that's not going to fit for whatever reason. And Whatever It Takes Transmission, I was actually referred to them by O'Reilly, and they immediately knew the part number I was after. They didn't have to go digging through and ask me which one's which. They knew the special part number before I could even tell it to them. Like, oh yeah, we know what you need is this. And I'm like, yep, that's what I had found. Handy dandy piece of wire to hang the caliper onto the shock spring. Once I get it loose, I don't remember what size. Let's try 15. Nope, bigger than 15. Let's try 18. Seems to be 18. Make sure I'm looking at this correctly. Yes. Nope. I don't want to be on that boot. No, I'm not. Piece of wire. Still for that boot. No, I'm not. Well. Looks as though I'm gonna have to put the lower ball joint back into the knuckle to be able to break the caliper loose. So now let's work backwards. Great. These are the sorts of things that the magic of video editing doesn't show you And yeah, it's tough to sit and watch a long form video sometimes. But sometimes you find out that you missed out on some pertinent information. Let's see. What are we going to do here? I can almost get that by hand. Oh, I don't like that. Okay, got that over top of that without disaster. Using that so that the top of the ball joint mount will stay below its mount point, so it won't be so far to pull it apart. Watch for pinched fingers. Okay. Yep. That's in there far enough now. Now we can have leverage on the caliper. That one is bad in reverse as I thought it was going to be. So that makes me hopeful for the final reinstall. So, excuse me. Well then. Those were tight. Don't remember if they've been off before or not. Alright, I've got that one loose. I'm gonna get the other one broke loose before I take it all apart. You know, leverage. Alright. That's going to be hard to hit. Tool truck guys, close your eyes. The double wrench. Ooh, nope, that ain't gonna work either. Huh. Well, might be able to get the impact on the bottom one. That was 18. Loud up in there. That's not fun. Hey. And now we're against the plastic. Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't going to come loose double wrenching by any means. And I know the rotors don't look fantastic, but you know what? Turn 80,000 miles. I'm not driving cross country. It will be fine. It'll be long the whole way out of there. Really? There it goes. Yeah, I should be wearing gloves and all that, but I need to be able to feel my way around. Okay. It's gotten tight. I didn't realize that speed sensor wire got tight like that either. I'll need to go ahead and undo it. Probably should have undone that by now. Don't do as I do, learn from my mistakes. And this is a floating rotor on here, and I'm not in the rust belt, so hey. But that makes this bolt stay kind of tight. Because that rotor is able to give me some pressure working against me. Okay, it is time for a socket wrench. And I'm keeping my hand on the caliper because I don't want it to just suddenly drop and break the brake line. Oh. Got to be getting close. Yep. Just felt it loosen up. Okay. Come here. Piece of wire. Oof. And watch I don't drop the rotor on myself. That little hole there is just about perfect. There's a little hole. I don't know if it was, I guess it's been there from the get-go. Rotor. Alright, so now on camera you can see this boot I've been trying to avoid. I have scratched it a little bit, but not enough to put a hole in it. This little shield, bend that back. Okay. Speed sensor. Nope. Alright, speed sensor is an 8mm. Basically just overhand pipe. Yes. So the speed sensor just lifts out, just wiggle it a little bit. I think there might have been a little bit of rotation to get out of the hole. Not bad. Let's see. I'm gonna go over the brake line. There. Now that's out of the way. So that sensor just hovers over top of that tone ring, the ABS tone ring, and somehow that sends, I guess, some type of inductive or capacitive signal to the computer so it can do things. All right. Now, just making sure nothing else is attached to the knuckle itself other than the steering arm. No lines, no wires. So now I can take this other bolt, and even if no one ever watches this, I guess a side effect is I can always watch it in reverse to reassemble things and see what I do wrong. You know, the forever putting back something back together, having extra bolts, not knowing where they go. Well, if you have video evidence, you can say, oh, here's where I was a dummy. So, our knuckle's fixing to be free, so I should go ahead and try to push this out of this hub. I think I want to turn the steering that way. And let's make sure we're not pinching or bending anything. Hold your wire looks good. Yeah, so let's pull that out. A performance tool, 3-jaw puller. Let's see. Is that going to be big enough? Should be. Let's see. I'm trying to remember what I used this for last time I left it put together. Okay. Let's see if we can miss the studs, but get some tension on our arms. There. Alright, and all those are run up against their pivot points. No loose nuts, so nothing jumps and falls. Let's see. 13? No. 15? No. 3/4. No. I should take the engraver and mark this thing. 16ths ain't great either. 17? 17. Yeah, I need to mark me a 17 into this. I think it's moving. I believe it's moving. Yes, it is. It's moving. All right, starting to get some tension. Because of the angle of it. And again, I've got the top bolt out, bottom bolt loose. Alright, I'm pulling on this and can push it, so I've got it loosened enough. That can come off. Now, that bolt's still hanging. Don't want to be on that boot. And it's tight. Okay. Where you go? Want to go. Okay. Leave that on top of there. Leave that on top of there for the moment. Let's see. Pry this bolt out with this. Yes. All right. And yeah, just walking that knuckle out of its upper mount. Okay, got it free. Now, just gonna tap lately. I just need to get this knuckle back off of its splines. There. Good. Now, set that knuckle there. To not put too much strain on linkage there on the steering. I don't want to foul anything up. I don't know if I could, but I'm not going to risk it. Okay. Now we have the outer end of our CV axle free. Finally. Okay. So, should use, because the case is there, it goes into the transmission case. Should be able to just pry. Let's see. Is that going to be too tall? It's going to be too tall. We're just going to pry and rotate. Of course, I'm just realizing that if it does not come out easy, and we do have to do pry, rotate, that's going to involve having to jack up the other side of the truck so that that tire can spin so that we can rotate here, because they are still connected by some slip differential mechanism, I'm sure. Because I don't think putting in neutral will make the axles independent of each other. I guess we can find that out together. So, wheels are shot, brake is on. Okay, so because the battery is unhooked, without electricity you cannot shift this into neutral, at least not through the normal means. So, battery one more time. Okay, so the Canon Rebel T6i, despite having a 128 gig SD card, can only record 12 minutes at a time. So I lost a little bit of footage. So to backtrack a little bit, you can't shift this vehicle into neutral without battery connected the battery, shifted in neutral, and found that it does separate the CV axles. So in neutral, wheels chocked, parking brake set, I can spin this CV axle as much as I need, so I will be able to get it behind it and pry, rotate, and be able to get the CV axle out, hopefully. So, fun stuff. I've always used that camera, albeit connected to the computer, using it through a webcam interface, sort of, with an Elgato. So, yeah, looks like it'll let me turn it as much as I want, at least in one direction. That is awful poppy jerky there, though. Of course, we know it's a bad CV axle, so, or I'm fairly confident that's what it is. We shall see. Move all the things. Make sure we are recording here. Says we are. Hopefully this will go a little better. Alright. jack under things, jack stand. All that is good. All right, let's see what I can achieve here. Move tools around so that I can get underneath here. And I have to get to where I can also see what I am doing. And we don't want to pry hard because we do not want to do anything with transmission housing. We don't want to foul anything up. That's the right way. Yeah. See, the axle feels terrible. Where's my shorter pry bar? Goldilocks and the 4 pry bars. That's a nightmare story. That one's too short. Okay, that about jumped out at me. And we are losing a little bit of oil that I should probably catch. Oh, it's speeding up. I was supposed to have a pan, I forgot. Oh yeah, making a good mess. And I think my seal is wrong. That's just a guess. I don't know. I will pull this seal out and see. You know what, since I don't have to rotate things anymore, I believe I'm going to put it back in park. Or if they'll let me do that without the battery. Yes. So, without battery, we have gone from neutral back into park. Oh, not that I'm trusting in park anyway. So, there is a notch on this bushing that faces outward, and we just need to make note of where that notch is on the one that's in there now, because this notch needs to go in the same position, because there is a little bit of an oil gallery groove, and I'm assuming that's clocked so that it can get proper lubrication. I hope that seal fits. I really hope that seal fits, but I don't think that seal is going to fit. The seals I have look too big. Well, we will get the seal and the bushing out. We will compare them out of the vehicle. So you can feed your pry bar in across the bottom edge of the seal and catch just the very top edge of the seal, and then use that to pry it out. You don't want to get too far behind it because you don't want to be into the transmission housing. You want to just wow, that seal is really in there. Longer pry bar, maybe. I think my pry bar is hitting the transmission case before I'm actually putting any leverage on the top edge of the seal. Fun. So, how am I going to do it? doesn't go big enough to pull the seal. Try this smallest pry bar. Nope, same thing. Interesting. All the YouTube videos show a pry bar working there, and it's just not going to happen. Interesting. So, what to do, I could probably, at worst case, rig up some type of a hook, maybe one of these puller feet with the slide hammer. Maybe a crowbar or a straight pry bar. Let's see if either of these will work. It's an outer rim. That's not the seal itself. Oh, and it's tearing, which is less than ideal. Seal is tearing. There we go. Maybe. Yes. Okay, we have the seal out. if I'm going to lose all my transmission oil. Again, the things that YouTube does not tell you. Oh yeah, the seal is way wrong. So, if you can see the size diameter difference, sort of, is way too big. So, I am fixing to shut the camera off and see if any stores are still open this time of night. Okay, made a run to all the parts stores in town and nobody had the correct seal in stock. So there are some places in another nearby town that have the correct part seal. And then there's also the transmission place that I got the seals and bushings from originally. I'll make my way to all those places tomorrow, procure a seal that's like what we need. Off camera did compare the two CV axles to make sure that that matched. The bushing matches. I held it up in there. I've gotten the old seal out. Let me grab it. So the old seal, it bent and deformed as I was prying it out. We think the part number is a 3622S. We'll confirm all that tomorrow. When I pulled the seal out, I felt a little bit of a groove. I stuck my head in there and looked, and it's a score mark inside where the seal seats, and I didn't go that far in it with the pry bar and not clocked at that position either. So someone else in there before me, there's a slight score mark. I'll probably hit that with some 400 grit sandpaper, and if I don't feel that it's just very smooth for the seal, I'll probably then use a little red RTV, because I should never have to go back into this seal for the rest of the life of this vehicle, as old as it is and as many miles as it has. It is my daily driver, so CV axle was a necessity, but I don't know if I can do it in frame. But this old CV axle is so thoroughly, I don't know if you can see that. Oh, that is so bad. And that's not too bad. There's a little bit of, there's no real play on that end. But this inboard side is absolute trash. So, yes, we may not have cured all of our vibration, but that CV axle, driver side, inboard side, definitely bad. That's rough. So, I had shoved a rag in it earlier before I left, just so I didn't lose, because I was in a hurry, thinking, oh, I'm going to lose all my transmission oil. Well, I'm only going to lose down to where that port is that feeds oil in behind that seal. So I'm not going to lose that much oil. I've been catching the majority of it in that pan. So what I'll do is I'll take and measure up what's come out to know how much to put back in it. I've got a dirty measuring container that I can put the dirty oil in and be able to find out how much came out, so I know how much to put back in. Rather than, watching a stick and guessing and pouring and guessing, I can get a measurement. Might as well go ahead and get that bushing out, the old bushing out. I do need to mark that notch. So that mark, well, everything's covered in oil. Alright, so I actually marked opposite of the gap because that's the dry side on the high side from where it happened to be positioned. So I'll go opposite of my Sharpie mark. This is where the notch in that bushing will go. And looking up in here, I should have enough lip on the back side of that bushing to use my bearing puller slide hammer to get that bushing out. That's what we're going to do now. If I can get rolled over here. Oh. So I'm going to need 2 wrenches to operate this collet, and they're going to be big wrenches. So the Pittsburgh bearing seal puller, something is not machined quite like it needs to be on either the wrenches or the collet, because 1 inch fits on 2 of the 3 directions on the well, sort of. Anyway, at first I didn't think the 1 inch fit, but it does. So that fits that part, and then I've got a big crescent wrench to fit the forward piece. Now it's a matter of getting all that up in the transmission past the bushing and then trying to get wrenches on it to tighten it. So let's see how that goes. Before I even put it in there, I'm going to make an effort to make it as big as I can, but still, ow, hit myself between the eyes with that, anyway, to go ahead and flare it slow to where it just will go in there. So I'm not having to do a lot of turning once I get it in there. That's going to be pretty close. Nope. bit more. A little too far. Let's hope it shrinks back down when I back it off. It did, so that's good. Trying to get this big wrench in here while it's going into the hole we want. I'm still trying to be able to feel where I want this while hoping I grab the direction that wrench fits. Come on, fingers. Oh, that is abysmal. Box end feeling better? No, it will not. Okay. You know what? Some metric service wrenches. And let's see if anything here fits. Alright, so while not ideal, the 32 sort of fits the collet, and then 26 fits our nut pretty well. So I think 25 is supposed to be an inch, so yeah. I'm going to say this was 26 all along. It's just my 1-inch Walmart wrench is not actually an inch. It would be slightly bigger. That's why it's tried to connect. So let's slide that in. That's kind of where I would like to tighten it at, because that feels like the back of that bushing. Oh yeah, this is working much better. Slow paced, but I've lost my home. Okay. Alright, it's definitely behind the bushing, but it's not real snug yet, so I'm going to keep going. Of course, I'm not getting but like an eighth of a turn, if that. But these little mechanic wrench sit. Yep, that's snug. Okay. Hey, the mechanic wrenches for the wheel. Maybe. Well, no, they did this part. Let's just see if everything else works here. And that caliper's going to be right in my way because I need to come straight out. I don't need to be at an angle. So, how am I going to remedy that? Oh. Yeah. Come on. I can't go way higher than that. Did that get me high enough? Also, okay, I've bent the end of my wire a little bit to where it would hang on to that coil spring a little bit better, and I think they got me high enough that, yes, I can go straight in without the slide hitting. Okay. I'm sure things are deforming on the ends, but I'm going to try to tighten. Oh, that's fun. Trying to tighten my collet. And all the connections along this hammer rod have loosened. Alright. If those parts are ferrous metal, which I don't know if they are or not, I will definitely be welding those in place at a later time. Yep, there's movement there and here off of the rod. So I've either got to get it super tight or a tack weld there and a tack weld there. I think this is the 2-pound kit I hope it's enough to pull this bushing. But I will re-tighten this and we shall see. Okay, that's tight again. Here's our hammer.
Hours later.
For a bigger hammer. So we want one with a longer rod and more weight. And we're going to need to bring this one with us so we can check the thread size. So if it were twice as long, and I'd support the far end on something on top of a jack or something. Yeah, that is our game plan. Okay, it's late. I'm tired. Been working on CV axle on this thing, and what a mess. The Canon T6i can only record for 12 minutes at a chunk, and so I decided to go a different route so that I wasn't having to constantly get up and redo the camera covered in all the debris from working on this job. And I dug out a JVC Everio GZ-MS110BU camcorder. And I used the camcorder last year to video some things, and I've always just taken the SD card and hooked it right to the computer and been able to get the video off of it. And so, I had changed away from the Canon, started using the JVC, and got ready to offload the video onto the computer and made sure the video playback worked on the camcorder before I took the SD card out, and it did. Put the SD card in the computer, and in computer management, the drive would show up, but it would not assign a drive letter, could not access it. It just would not mount the SD card. And I was just ready to pull my hair out, and I put the SD card back in the camcorder. It played back fine. I tried using the USB cable for the camcorder, and it would show up in devices, but it would not mount. And I just used it last year. Now, it's been sitting in a drawer, battery completely dead. And when I first turned it on, the camcorder had asked oh, you need to format the SD card. So, you know, I let it. So then I get a wild idea. I have an old laptop with Linux on it. I rarely use it. And I fired it up. It mounted the SD card right away. So then I had the data on the Linux machine, but the Linux machine didn't have enough storage on the drive itself to offload the files from the SD card to that Linux machine. So remote control software only sees the root drive, not the external devices on that particular flavor of Linux that's on that machine. So I have a little home server here, and so after some head scratching, got the files from the SD card uploaded to the home server here, and the videos play just fine. So I ended up, because no matter what I did through computer management in Windows 11, it would not reformat the SD card as FAT32. So I dug out a copy of Rufus, ran that to create a non-bootable drive to forcibly rewrite the SD card back to FAT32, and then Windows could mount the card. And so then I took and stuck the reformatted to FAT32 SD card back into the camcorder, and it did not ask for a format. And I recorded some video. It recorded just fine. Was able to take the SD card right out of the camcorder, put it in Windows 11. Windows 11 mounted it. Video works great. So apparently, somehow, the JVC Everio camcorder plays in a Windows format unless things go hammer dead, and then when the camcorder comes on and asks to format the card, it decides to be a Linux machine and formats the SD card to Linux. Weird. Very weird. Locally I've dealt with things similar to this. I say luckily. I've fallen down the rabbit hole of getting things, odd situations to work. This one might infuriate you, that sometime back, I think it was between 7 and 10 on Windows, they told you, oh, well, your scanners are so old, they're not going to work anymore, and the scanners quit working. You know, we all had the desktop scanners, the CanoScans and Epsons, and plenty of just tabletop scanners. Those used to be a common thing, and they just all quit working. And they said, oh, well, it's a driver incompatibility and this, that, and it just will not work on Windows. You got to go buy a new machine, a new scanner of some sort. So, in digging through that, it's not that the machines don't work any longer. It's that Microsoft decided they weren't going to pursue the driver or whatever any longer. And they just gave up and said, nope, can't do that. Well, there's a piece of software, ViewScan. Shout out to those folks. It's a Windows software that lets you operate any of your older scanners like you used to. All the settings, all the fine controls. And it was because of Microsoft got together with Canon and some others, and decided that they were just going to obsolesce a bunch of stuff. And yeah, it was done in software. The machines were just fine. So, is this to do with that? I don't know. JVC support site is not kept up with the different flavors of Windows. Not able to find a firmware update for the camcorder, and I think I could find the software for Windows 10 for certain camcorders, but the one that I've got is, I don't know, like a bottom of the barrel model. So it's, everything says not supported. But after using Rufus to forcibly correct the SD card back to FAT32, now the camera thinks it's Windows again. Weird. So, maybe this information's been helpful to you. Some people may not care. They've got, dig an old camcorder out and, big deal, throw it in landfill. Well, I knew good and well I used it last year. It worked great. It doesn't have the record limitations of the Canon T6i. And when you hit record, you don't have to babysit it like you do with your phone. I've worked on some projects, decided I was going to use this super duper Samsung phone to record my video content. Well, it on the tripod out of doors, the phone decided to overheat because full sun was hitting the screen and just acted like a big collector, and it decided to get hot and stop recording. Some of the older technology, they just had it right. It just works. Trying to throw everything you've got into using your phone, it's not always all it's cracked up to be. So anyway, hope this information is helpful to somebody. Okay, so we've rented the larger slide hammer from AutoZone. The one we bought was 3 pound, that one's 5 pound. It's supposed to have 66% more force, according to Google. And the coupler nut for the 3 pounder we bought, you can see it's 2 different sizes on the coupler. So to adapt the large slide hammer to the collet that we have, it's the larger end of this coupler nut goes to the collet, and then the larger slide hammer is a much bigger threaded end. Well, no one around here has 9/16 coupler nuts, so what we've had to do is whatever size that was, this is a coupler nut to fit the collet, no, to fit the larger slide hammer because it's fine thread, and then coarse thread nuts for the collet. So I'm going to weld these together into a coupler nut, weld that to that coupler nut. I'm going to thread these onto a bolt to weld them together to keep them straight. Weld the whole thing together, and that will give us our adapter from the 9/16 coarse to I think it's 5/8 15 coarse thread, maybe. No, excuse me, 5/8 18 fine thread is what the 5-pound slide hammer is. So I'm going to weld all that together and we'll be back. Alright, there's our finished adapter. 13/16 wrench the entire length. We are fine thread in that end, coarse thread in that end, and that will allow us to use the larger 5-pound slide hammer with the I think it's the 1 to 1.25 inch collet that will pull that bushing out. Alright, so I've got this sawhorse set up on the end with a piece of copper wire to just suspend the end of the rod on that slide hammer. Don't know if that's going to do any good or not. It may be in the way, who knows. But I'm going to start with that and see if we can get any movement on this bushing. And I do need my mechanics wrenches. Over here with me, so that I can retighten the collet as needed. Oh, and we did today get the correct seal. I believe it was a 3622S. Let's see. Well, the part number that they gave me was an 86076. So 86076 for that seal. Everything clears my brake line and my speed sensor wire. So let's see what we've got. Ow! That hurt. Oh, that hurt. Oh. Yep, it snapped that weld quick. Oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt. Oh. Loose. Oh. Yeah, we've got a lot more force out of that 5-pound hammer. Let's see. Oh, that hurt. Oh, it actually snapped it between two of the nuts. Not where the first nut joins the coupler nut. So I got too ambitious trying to make everything a uniform size to be able to put a wrench on it. So Now I will build up my welds. To heck with trying to put a wrench on it. It's not going to be able to back off from either end. That really hurt. Yep, I will show you. I got too ambitious in my grinding and I cut it down too far. Let's see. Yeah, right there. So I will run my studs back in here and mark where the welds were on these nuts. Weld them more. And again, if I'd have had the proper coupling nut for both sides, probably would have been better. But I can make this work. Okay, so do not position yourself underneath your slide hammer. That could have been much worse. Let's see. Twice on the bridge of the nose, if it will focus. It will not focus. Yeah, twice on the bridge of the nose, goose egg on the forehead. But learn from that experience. Anyway, I marked where I've got to re-weld to build it up. This time I'll be more concerned with strength and less concerned with appearance. I don't know why I thought it needed to be uniform to put a wrench on, because it just screws onto the collet and then onto the shaft, and it's enough thread that it's not going to just back off. So that was just over ambition on my part. I made a mistake and I learned from it the hard way. So now to go put some more weld on this. Now we have much more weld. Went all the way around each piece and then ran down every corner and then down every flat. So the flux core wire that Harbor Freight sells with their flux core machines and on the shelf is a ET71 GS or something to that effect. Anyway, that wire is not made to get second pass, because the additional heat after the fact can actually make those welds brittle. Now, the weld failure here, to be honest, as long as I've been welding, that's the first weld failure I've ever had. But that weld failure was my fault because I cut it too deep with the grinder, trying to make it pretty instead of functional. Underestimated the 5-pound hammer, and I just cut away too much metal. That was entirely my fault. But the wire that I use is E71T-11. This is a spec wire instead of a guideline wire, and that's probably not the right terminology, but anyway, this wire is rated for multiple pass flux core. Well, it's flux core wire and it's rated for multiple passes without going brittle on you. Just sprayed a little lube in the end of the coupler, because with as much heat went into the weld, it was very snug coming off of the bolt I had run up in it. Okay, it's coming out. The 5-pound hammer, night and day, much more force than the 3-pound. No comparison. Alright, but I don't want to just arbitrarily fly out, so. Ha! That is so awesome. Almost makes the face injury worth it. So there we go. Got the bushing out. Fantastic. And everything in there looks good, clean. So our adapter fared very well. Don't know if you can see it on camera or not, but I got magnifying glass check. No cracks anywhere on our now nasty looking but strong adapter. Alright, some reviewers on the Harbor Freight toolkit said that the collet was too soft and it would bend. Well, when I backed it out, things sprang back together as they should have. And there's no deformation in this lip. All the sides are straight and it sprang back together. So I'm going to say that I'm very pleased with the collet. Was able to take that bushing out. And it sprang back together so well, I almost pinched a finger in there. So when you're undoing it, make sure that you don't have your fingers anywhere over where it can get pinched. Alright, have donned the gloves because I've got to put this retaining compound on the outside of this bushing and then clock this notch where I marked to be able to drive it in the hole. And let's see what we can achieve here. And I'm also going to wipe out the seal seat. And there's a ridge on the back side of the seal seat, so it's going to go in until it just comes to a dead stop. Okay, so no idea how goopy this stuff is. Let's see. Why? So this little ring you pull up on the bottle for the bottle to actually pour. Yep, and it's pretty soupy stuff. Right. So I've got a thin layer of that stuff, and I need to clock my notch there. Yep. Okay. And that's pushed in just enough that it'll stay there. And I want to try to hit this as squarely as possible. Tell you what, turn that around the other way till I get it up in there so that I have plenty of surface area. I'm going to need a longer shaft. Alright, so now I've got that I can hammer on. one's too big. Seems to be in between sizes. This one. I would believe that just patience is what's going to pay off here. Okay. And I have deformed the end of this socket extension, but that's fine. That's fairly cheap to replace, and it lets me get this job finished. Make sure there's no debris whatsoever. That sounds like it's all the way down. nice to have an in-between size, but we got there without it. Alright, let's see. So a little bit of that little rub spot there. Let's see if we can clean it up and see what we got. I've got my little sliver of 400 grit. Let's see what I can do. I believe that's just fine. Now for the seals, or seal rather. I bought 2 of the bushings, 2 of the seals. So just in case something did not go correct, I would have a backup. No more than they cost. That was cheap insurance. And before I slide my axle into it, I'll make sure and rub some oil inside that ring. But for now, let's see what we're going to use to drive this in. I think I'm going to start with the bigger one and then drop down to this other one if I need to. But it's more of a surface of things, so the larger pad's probably just fine. the driving handle is a different size. Okay, that's in over there. Need more on this side. Need more on this side. Going to deform it. I guess let me try punch set. and it deformed. Wow. So, see if I can show you how it deformed and did not seat. I think what I'll try to do now is I'll try to use this one as a driver for the remaining good one I have. And see if I can get that to go. Let's see. That might work. At least it will self-center a little bit better. Because of that raised front edge, the driver plates are hitting the top edge, and it needs to hit here. I wonder. Where's my small one? There's my small pry bar. No clue if I'm doing this in frame. This is the bent one. Yeah. See if this front face would potentially pop out of there. Give me a flat surface to go in on, and then put that piece in after the fact. But that doesn't seem to be the case. This fits inside there. Maybe that'll let me drive it square enough that it'll go in, drive it in without deforming it. And someone may tell me that's how this was supposed to go to begin with. But, you know, didn't know. Oh, and I dropped that. And, oh. And that one deformed. Alright, how are we supposed to get this thing in here? Good. Try using the old one as a driver. I got the top side in good, but not the bottom. The bottom deformed when I tried to drive it in. Anything? And it popped out. Yep, and it deformed it pretty bad. Okay. be headed back to the store yet again and researching, see if there's a better way to drive this seal in, because I've just run 2 new ones trying to get it to seat squarely. Okay, so this was one of the failed attempts, and it deformed in and it wrinkled the outer lip. And the factory one that was in there originally, it's no way to show you this on camera good, but it was crowned up. It was not flattened. This inner piece was not flattened down when the factory one was in there. But that said, that did pop out when I was removing it. So there is still a seal this without this cage. And then my other attempt, failed attempt, I nearly had it flat on this cage, but I wrinkled the edge. So I went in search of yet another seal, and the one I bought this time, which cross-references says it fits, is made identical to the others, but there is no bubbled up cage over the seal. And after looking at many videos of Ford Escapes, not necessarily this transmission, their seals are made this way, with no cage over the top. It's just like what you see here, and it does cross-reference to fit the vehicle. I could drive flat against that, no problem. I just don't know what difference, if any, that little cage on the front face of things makes. But I am stuck at the point now to where I've got to try this one and hope I can make it work so I can get the vehicle back together and running. All the outside and inner rubber seal diameters, everything's the same as the others. It just doesn't have that domed up cage that was deforming on me, causing issues. So we're going to try to drive this one flat in and see what we get. believe it might have done it, finally. It's been a really expensive learning experience. See if because I think it's seated all the way around. I'm going to tap it a little bit more just so I can hit it squarely, make sure it is 100% in there. Yeah, see, that sounds different. Yeah, I believe that did it. Now, a suggestion I saw, of course it's kind of late now, because I've already put the seal in, but that bushing, get a small pick and run beyond it, behind it, just make sure it's seated all the way back into its groove. And from the sound, I believe it's good, but we're going to check it with the mini hook set. Yes, the bushing is seated all the way to its backstop because there's no gap for this to find. And everything matches as it should there. So, time to see about putting this new CV axle in. I'm just removing the axle nut off the end, or rather moving it to the end so I don't damage the threads on the very end of it. Okay. And the little keeper circlip in the back, we want the gap in it to be facing upward so that when it pushes and hits the splines and squeezes, it should squeeze and go past. Okay, you hear the difference in the sound. Hopefully it came through on camera, but it pushed back and bottomed out, so it's where it needs to be now. I will take a small pry bar, pry gently to see if it just falls back out, and it shouldn't. As long as I've got a little bit of resistance, it's seated. So don't know what that domed cage was on the two other seals I bought. Who knows? Yep. It is all that together. So I know I'm all up in the way. So I've got the axle shaft through the hub, sit down the lower ball joint up to that bolt that I left fed through, just to stop it on top of that ball joint shaft. And so now I'm going to put the axle nut on loosely and see if I can get the top shock bolt stabbed. And the bolts go in from the front of the vehicle toward the back, because I had to fight them out past the lines. So I go the other way to go back in. Because my sway bar linkage has gotten tight on things, I may have to come off the bottom ball joint, get the hub stabbed to the shock first, then try to get it pried on top of the lower ball joint. So let's try that. close to the top bolt being able to be stabbed. I need to go get my alignment pin. Okay. Off of that. Try to straighten the wheel a little bit, give myself a little bit more slack. Well, maybe I need to actually go the other way. far enough on there, at least it's not going to fall off. Alright, now, to get that lower one in, I need the shock to come forward. So the hub needs to pivot outward. I might have just got it. Yeah. Oh. Don't want to hammer too hard, don't want to mar any threads. Put some gentle taps with a rubber mallet's fine. Okay. Now to try to get the lower ball joint into the bottom of the hub. Now the shock is reconnected with the sway bar link. May have to remove the top bolt and get it to pivot forward. I don't know. We'll find out together. Bar is too long. That bar is too long. Try straightening the wheel. See, get some tension off of it. Okay, I'm not on the ball joint, so we shall keep turning. put it in neutral and see if I can get to see the axle spin to get itself out of the bind. And we need batteries in neutral. Let's try taking this top bolt out. See if we can get it to kick out. Because right now that sway bar link and everything is all bound up in there. Where's my socket? That got the shock back over top of the CV axle. Myself in the face again. That's out of the bind. Ha! Oh, almost. Really? It kicked this out. Otherwise, that would have been perfect. It's there, but it's crooked as all get out. tilt backward. Oh, almost. Oh, how did I do that? Ah, this side maybe. Almost. So very close. Let's see. Oh, wrong way. Alright, you know what? Oh, that didn't work. It is right there. I mean, oh, wrong way again. Okay, there. That got it down. Okay. Alright, just making sure I have no kinks in the bellows or the C-axle boat bellows. Huh, yeah. Alright, so now that's there. Now I get to ease this up so that I can. Ooh. Ta-da! Alright, now I gotta see if I gotta go up or down with that. Ha! Okay. That is through. And that is properly pinned. I don't remember if the nut, which side the nut is on. So, let me go feel of the other side. The nut is toward the rear of the vehicle. There goes that one. Now let's get this top bolt stabbed. Hello, speed sensor. Speed sensor in my way. Yep, it's coming through. All right. Speed sensor. Get in my way. So, I'm going to go ahead and get you stabbed into place, I think. Okay, so everything stabbed, nothing even remotely tight or even much less torqued. I'm going to try to straighten the wheel so that I can get wrenches on both sides of everything to be able to torque them properly. The new axle nut is a staked nut. The old axle nut has this pressed on flange washer that's got a bowl to it. I hope I'm even in frame doing this. Got a bowl to it. Do I want the stake nut or that one? I know they always say, oh, always replace it. But I'm not in a rust belt. It wasn't that hard to get off. Let's see. You know, it'd be different if the washer was flattened out. Yeah, see, that's letting me pull the slack out of that stud before it starts getting hard, where this one's staked. I think I'm going to use the old axle nut to seat things. Then from there, once everything's seated, then I'll reevaluate, see if I want to swap and put this one on after things are pulled together or not. Or see whether or not I'm going to do that. The bolts at the bottom of the strut, where the knuckle bolts to the strut front shock, is 85 foot-pounds. speed sensor is just hand tight. I've got the bottom of the strut, top of knuckle bolts done. Now, the retaining bolt and nut for the lower ball joint is 46 foot-pounds. 15 on both sides. It was 15 and 13, but it's 15 on both sides because I've got aftermarket. So now I need my 15 millimeter socket first because aftermarket happens to be nylon, and I don't want to fight it big torque wrench the whole way. Extension. Right in the way. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do the brake caliper. Put a bottom lug nut, just hold the rotor upright. Let's see, I believe those caliper bolts are 18. They are. And our torque value is going to be 129 foot-pounds on these. And I may have to rotate the wheel. take the opportunity to this little metal shield on the back side of the rotor to the knuckle. If it got bent at all, now's a good time to straighten it while you can see it. Let's see. That's going to be spread enough to just slide back on the rotor or not. I don't believe it is. To go into its home. It's going to be that retainer spring. Oh, come on. Right, why are you being such a pain? Let's just set you here maybe. Dirty words. Of course not. There. Now, let's get this thing back on here somehow. this way to be able to put the torque wrench on it. Oh. So, got a full rotation in neutral. We know we don't have our CV axle somehow unnecessarily bound up. It's good. So, now, I'm going to tighten the axle nut. Another lug nut. I'm all in the way again. Anyway, I've put on a couple lug nuts. Put the pry bar in it so I can rotate the axle nut and not be pushing against the transmission or anything. Of course, it's in neutral at the moment anyway. I will straighten the wheel so you can see it better. Alright, so something like that. This is my first time pulling that axle nut to seat everything fully, so that's why I'm not trying to torque it yet. That will get torqued to 221 foot-pounds. I don't know if my torque wrench goes that high. My torque wrench only goes to 150 foot-pounds. Interesting. So, looks like I will have to max this out to get it at least that tight. And then I guess limp my way to AutoZone tomorrow and bring tools to borrow a bigger torque wrench in the store. Get the axle nut tight and be on my way. Always something. I wonder if I leave the center hub out of the rim, can I get to the axle nut with the socket with the wheel installed? Yes, I can leave the center cap out of the rim, assemble everything, be able to borrow a torque wrench, get it properly torqued, snap the cap in by hand, and be done. But I will bring my socket and socket adapters with me because I don't know what all the store's going to have. I hope they have at least a minimum, the bigger torque wrench. Or maybe I can go by some mechanic shop and ask nicely. So I believe I will go to the staked axle nut now. But I've got everything drawn up here. Yeah. Well, fun. Okay, the new axle nut, the staked castle nut, it is the same size. I think I called it the castle nut axle nut. Castle nut's a little different. It's got a place for a cotter pin. It's been a long couple days. Alright, that's 150. And I think that will do to let me to the store to get it up to 221. You always want to store your torque wrenches on their lowest torque setting. Alright. just a random guess, but I can put a little bit more on it. Just for grins and giggles. Breaker bar and cheater pipe. That'll be good enough till we get to an official torque wrench. Oh, such a pretty sight. Tire nearly on. Alright, and you saw me seesaw the tire back and forth, getting the top and bottom lug respectively, run all the way up, run all the others all the way up. Let's check out this axle nut situation. Okay, so we'll need a little bit of an extension, not much. I will bring what I have. So 2 adapters, that's made a little extension. Yeah, that'll work just fine. Now, find my impact. Alright, some people say torque sticks don't work. Well, my experience, if I bump them in until they're snug on a star pattern, and then I hit them hard on a star pattern, and then if I just bump them snug on a star pattern, then when I check them with a torque wrench, they seem to be where they need to be. Of course, I am using an XRP impact with adapted to a 20 volt battery instead of an 18. And with the adapted batteries, The Bauer batteries don't have any electronic protections in the batteries, so you gotta be careful not to over discharge them or run them too hot. But if you just pay attention to what you're doing, they're fine, and it gives the XRP plenty of oomph. The hammer drill, it'll try to break your wrist. Ask me how I know. Okay, now I will check down with a torque wrench. Let's see, we're in park, so I need to let the tire onto the ground before I do that particular round of tightening, because that's going to torque against the transmission and the park position and all that. So, going up. Alright, now let's ease her down. See, right where they're supposed to be. All that's left to do now, reconnect the battery, add some transmission fluid after I measure what's in the bucket, a little quick test drive, axle nut tightening tomorrow, and we are finally done. If you've hung out for this whole video, one, thank you, and I hope that the long form of what actually goes on to do this when you're not a professional mechanic doing it all day every day, or frequent enough that you need to go look up every single torque spec, because I work on a lot of stuff, but it's varied, whether it's small equipment, vehicles, and I don't do any of them frequently enough to just know, oh, well, about this torque setting would be sufficient. No, I've got to go look up everything, and sometimes they're hard to find. I hope you've learned something. If you like this, subscribe, thumbs up, all those things. I appreciate it.
All right, quick shout out to Harbor Freight for fixing AutoZone's issue. AutoZone, you can rent tools, and did a CV axle on my vehicle. The axle nut needs to go to 221 foot-pounds. That's a big torque wrench that I do not have, and don't want to have to buy that just to tighten one nut one time. AutoZone has it for rent, but it's a 3/4 drive. Well, I don't have any 3/4 drive tools. Every other place to get a 3/4 to 1/2 inch drive adapter was around $22. Harbor Freight, this set of 3, which happens to have 3/4 to 1/2, $7. And you see there, lifetime warranty. So yeah, that's fantastic.
One last thing, I'm letting it run. You check the transmission fluid when it's hot in part while idling. Also, something else to know, when you disconnect the battery on one of these 08 Mercury Mariner or Ford Escape Mazda Tributes, it's going to drive like hot garbage for a week or so, because all the electronics learn your driving patterns, and it makes internal adjustments. So the shifts are going to feel terrible for about a week, maybe a week and a half, until it relearns your driving habits, and then things will smooth right out. So anytime you've done any work, you've had the battery disconnected, and then you go to run it, and it drives like crap, it's because it has to relearn your driving. So just wanted to pass that along.